Welcome back from the network session and lunch break. This afternoon we have 3 more fantastic panel discussions coming up and more opportunities to meet and connect in between. We'll head straight into our first panel of the afternoon, Design in E-Mobility, which we are very pleased to say is sponsored by Arup. Before I introduce our speakers, let's watch a short video from Arup. We've got a fantastic lineup of speakers for this panel who will be telling us how good design is key for delivering e-mobility. Our speakers this afternoon are Isabel Dedring, our panel keynote speaker. Isabel is Global Transport Leader and Group Board Member at Arup, joining us virtually. We have Carl Magnus Norden, co-founder of Volta Trucks, also joining virtually. And then here on stage, we have Matthew Weaver, Vice President, Nissan Design Europe, and Adam Barmby, founder at EAV. Very much looking forward to hearing from you all. To start us off, let's welcome our panel keynote speaker, Isabel Dedring, the Global Transport Leader and Group Board Member of our panel sponsor, Arup. Isabel describes herself as a person of action. She's not interested in hanging around talking about doing things. She wants to be talking real, actionable steps in the sustainability space. Isabel firmly believes that as we decarbonise transport, we must make the places where we live and work healthier and more livable for all. A reminder again to please keep sending your questions in via the event app or online event platform. We'll get around to as many as we possibly can. Isabel is joining us online today, so I will hand over to you now, Isabel, to start our afternoon panel discussion.
Thanks very much, and thank you everyone for joining. It's great to be part of such an interesting and diverse panel, so I'm going to keep my comments really short. I'm not sure I recognize saying any of those things, but hopefully they're somewhat true. So, I think I was just going to make 3 quick points really to start off with. And before I make those, I was just going to say one of the issues with design in this field is that the automotive industry and the built environment infrastructure industry actually don't really talk as much as they should. And that is, I think, quite a significant constraint when we're talking about good quality design in this space. And so really welcome this event, which is a kind of quite unusual opportunity for people like us who focus on designing infrastructure, planning, et cetera, together with the automotive industry, and especially the new players in the automotive industry. And we've got some great representatives of that here today. So just 3 quick things. The first thing is, any good design is about focusing on outcomes. And I think for the electric vehicle industry, one of the big challenges is that the transport industry doesn't really like to focus on outcomes. It likes to focus on and fetishize the thing, the bridge, the car, the train, and the outcome must be a good thing, right? If we build infrastructure, if we design vehicles, that's by definition a good thing. And I think some of the new entrants and the changes that are going on in the market right now are a great opportunity to bring back that focus on outcomes. I remember in my previous role when I was at City Hall in London, I was just saying to Carl Magnus, I was heavily involved in the electric taxis that you now see out on the streets in London. And everybody was worried about, how we would get taxi drivers to take up those electric vehicles. Of course, taxi drivers don't care about the environment. So the story went. And it turned out that, the cost savings on the fuel and the ability to have a much more comfortable ride for the driver turned out to be massive selling points for that vehicle. So the outcome in that case wasn't anything to do with air quality or carbon. for a very significant segment of the, decision makers in that process. It was actually about, what was going to come out the other side for them. So I think there's an opportunity here for us to really focus on what are the outcomes more widely beyond the item itself, beyond transport even. We're doing some work in New York at the moment, just as one example, on how electric vehicles could be used to help tackle transport black spots in the city where you have lower income residents who might not have access to public transport as easily as they could, certainly don't have a car, they can't afford it. What's the role of electric vehicles and sharing in that context? So that's a kind of social equity argument that's actually unconnected in many ways to the electrification debate. So it might be air quality, it might be CO2, it might be something completely different, but the more that as an industry we can come together and focus on the outcomes, sounds like a trite point, but it doesn't happen enough, and we need to focus more kind of relentlessly on that. Secondly, there is a tendency in the industry, as many people in the audience will know, to focus on single modes. Highways people really don't talk very much to rail people. Intercity people don't talk to urban mobility people. And that's all changing slowly, but that rate of change is accelerating. So there is a role for the new entrants in the industry, including in the electric vehicle space, to kind of build those links to cities, really understanding what are cities, why are cities making the decisions they're doing? Not just, I've got a vehicle and you should think it was the most wonderful thing ever. It's actually understanding the challenges that cities have. It's creating those links to other modes. So, electric cars and vehicles themselves are not just, a thing. How do they interact with other modes? Now with the changes in data, we're able to understand cross-modal movement. How do we start to move into cross-modal pricing as well? Again, new entrants often have a voice that the traditional players don't necessarily have or maybe want to have. And the increased importance of links to the energy systems, which is, quite minimal historically. Nowadays, most cities where we work, if you're in the city authority, you've got electric vehicle players saying we should have tens of thousands of these on the streets. At the same time, you've got the energy systems providers saying there's no way we can even have 5 electric vehicles on the street because all of our energy systems are already, reaching capacity. So how do we help to broker that discussion? How do we come together with the energy industry to help to talk to decision makers about what that rational middle ground is? It's not someone else's job. It's for us in this room to really think about. And then the final point I was going to make was, I think, not to sound cheesy, but there is a really exciting opportunity for this part of the industry to lift the whole transport industry up. Traditionally, transport, ever since, last couple of decades, transport's sort of, always a source of problems, right? Why did we move towards cars? Why did we build these big motorways? We need to get rid of cars. We need to get rid of motorways. Transport's seen as a laggard in the in the climate change agenda. So how can the innovation and the pace of change in this part of the industry actually help to reframe that sort of increasingly outdated mythology about transport as the, sort of slow to the party, and actually kind of catapult transport into the forefront in this space as an innovator, as an industry that is on the cutting edge. And so to do that, it's not just about us staying in our bubbles. There are some really significant and big decisions that need to be taken. If you look around the world, a lot of our big highways agency clients are worried that, how do you get new road schemes through? If there is a need to build a road, to build a connection to a new part of the country, new part of the city, how can we join forces to design something that is actually 21st century, that is sustainable, that is circular, and how do we jointly make the case for that, rather than the automotive part of the industry kind of sitting back and waiting for, I'm stereotyping here, the infrastructure side of the industry to sort that out. So there's a kind of need for a coming together there, I think, in order to design the right assets and the right infrastructure in a holistic way for the 21st century as we look forward in a really radically transformed industry compared to the last 100 years. I'll just leave it there so we can get on to everyone else's comments. Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks very much, Isabel. That was great. And actually, we've got some questions already for you from the audience, so I'll go through a couple now. The first one we've got is, how can we ensure EV charging is factored into large multi-storey housing developments?
Yeah, my kind of general experience of these things, including directly when I was, working in city government, is these things resolve themselves in some way or another, right? People, it will happen. It's just might not happen in the way that we would like it. And you get a lot of suboptimal outcomes. There is a role for the planning authority in cities. I mean, certainly in the case of London, we put in place a requirement for all new developments had to have 10% of parking facilities had to have passive provision for electrification, and 10% had to have active provision. So it was actually, in place when the development opened. There's those sorts of interventions. I do think it is going to depend city by city, because it really depends on what the powers are in the different cities. Something that I think people in the industry often don't recognize is that many different cities have very different ability to influence certain things in different spaces. So for example, in New York, they have a lot of powers over the building regulations, whereas in London, there's very few powers over that. So I think for this audience, it's really kind of getting into a little bit the nitty gritty of like, what can the council do? What can the city do? What can the developer do? And then the answer is going to depend quite significantly on that. Certainly talking to our city clients, and also from my previous role, the thing that doesn't work well is people just kind of coming and saying, right, and we need this, and please go and sort it. Actually understanding where those players are and what they can and can't do is quite important in order to have impact in that space.
Thank you so much. And another question here. How can planners integrate more closely with charge point operators to increase access to EVs?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great challenge. And I think, the planning industry is just as fragmented really as in the profession is just as fragmented often as the transport industry. So, I was saying earlier, highways and rail people, have very little contact with each other, not out of any animosity. It's just, they're different industries that interact in certain ways. Urban planners often don't have the level of connection to transport planners that we might all, like to see. So I think there isn't a need to do that. I mean, there isn't a simple answer except for everyone to continue to reach out across the divide. I guess my lived experience of working in this space in a planning capacity in a city was that we had a lot of automotive players who were coming just, here's my thing, please make it happen, as opposed to explain how it works, and then I'll see how I can fit into what you're doing. So there is a need to kind of both parties to understand each other in a bit more detail so as to be able to weave what they're doing more closely in. The other thing I would say is that there is now an opportunity to really use a lot of the data about movement, about customer segmentation, so that I think the automotive industry certainly can help cities by providing a lot more insight into where charging is needed, where uptake is likely to be high. Cities know they need to understand this, but they don't always have the data that they need to be able to, form that view. So is there a role for EV players to help to provide that insight, which they will have anyway developed as part of their business planning, and sharing that more with the cities? Because things like customer segmentation, likelihood of uptake, cities don't have any of that information. So then it becomes I guess we'll just put one of these at every square mile, which isn't very helpful, right? You get that kind of blanket approach so that the city or the country can be seen to be doing something, as opposed to putting infrastructure in the right place.
Thank you, Isabel, and Arup, our panel sponsors. Looking forward to hearing from you again later when we bring the panel together at the end. Next up, I'm super pleased to say our next speaker is Carl Magnus Norden. He's co-founder of Volta Trucks. Carl Magnus is driven by the need to protect our world for the future generations and believes adopting electrified trucks is one of the most positive steps we can make to reduce CO2 emissions. This, combined with an innovative, world-beating product, is a huge motivator for him. Start thinking about your questions for Carl Magnus, who is joining us online today. Over to you, Carl Magnus.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Unfortunately, I cannot be present live, but we do as well as we can. So the theme here is really about design and how we integrate with the with electric vehicles, etc. And for us, that's really at the core of what we're trying to do. So for us, electrification is the base for the design that we think will bring several other advantages of our vehicles. And the overriding ambition is really making the cities as safe and livable as possible. So why can we do what we're doing and the classical design or diesel manufacturer cannot? I come to that, and it's very much integrated with the design. But anyway, for me, when I started this, it was really like you start any business. It's really trying to listen to the customer and understand their situation. What do they want to do? Is there any pain points that you, with your product or service, can mitigate? And of course, we all know CO2 emission is a bad thing. Can we do something about that? But more specifically, in the city, the bigger cities, we have other problems. We have NOx emissions, we have noise, we have particles, etc., which is more local problems. So we are very much focused on distribution traffic into bigger cities. So emission is one thing that we, of course, try to do something about with electrification. Then in the industry, there is a driver shortage on sort of medium-sized or bigger-sized trucks. So why is that? Is that something we can do something about? Then there is safety for everybody around a truck or a vehicle, to put it that way. It's actually studies made by Transport for London that 4% of the miles driven in London are trucks, but they are involved in 78% of all fatal accidents with bikers and 26 or 27% with pedestrians. So can we do something about that? Can we in any way reduce that and make, obviously, our cities safer? Then another problem, when we try to, our customers or the fleet operators, when they want to go electric, there is a number of things they don't necessarily master from day one. They know very well how to operate a diesel fleet, but they don't know how to operate an electric fleet. So whatever it is, charging infrastructure, battery lifetime, a number of questions that come up. And we try to mitigate that with our business model, which we call a truck as a service, which is basically a long-term rental agreement between us and our customers, and where we provide everything. So we provide a charging infrastructure, we negotiate with utilities, etc., etc. So anyway, that is what we're trying to do on the 4 problems that we see in front of us for really getting the industry to move much faster into the future. Coming back to design then, a normal truck, a normal diesel truck that you see on the street today is very logical. The design of that is logical. The diesel engine as such is a big piece of metal. The gearbox is a big piece of metal. You want to maximize the load space between the cab. So you basically push that forward and you dress the cab around it, which means that the driver is sitting quite high up, which creates blind spots and other negative things. What we have done, and what you see on this picture here, we have started from a blank sheet of paper, and with electric drive train as a base, which means that it's called e-axle, but our engine or motor is on the rear axle. Our batteries are in between the ladder frame. So it liberated us to do exactly what we wanted to do with the cab and the driver environment. So what you see here, there's the high position of the driver, especially for distribution traffic in cities, where often the driver is jumping out of the truck maybe 10, 15, 20 times a day. Many drivers after 5 years in the business have problems with knees, hips, and joints. And there are falling accidents is a big reason for accidents in the industry. So anyway, that as we don't have that constraint with the motor and so on, we lowered the cab to more or less, well, whatever, 20, 30 centimeters off the ground, similar to the most buses today. So we eliminate that problem for the driver. You see it not so well on this picture, but we also put the driver in the center of the cab, which means that he or she can exit both on the street side, but more, of course, preferably on the pavement side. We have sliding doors, which mitigate some of the problems that door isn't opening and a biker or motorbiker or something driving into it. And as you see, we have tried to maximize the glazing around the driver. We have actually 220 degrees direct vision from the driver position. So our ambition is definitely to minimize or try to eliminate as much as possible blind spots. And also studies by Transport for London is actually saying that it's cameras, sensors, they're good things, very good. But the best is direct eye contact between the driver and the pedestrian and the biker. So, and they are saying that the ideal height of the ground is about 170, 180 centimeters. So that's where we are positioning our drivers. That in a nutshell is why we think that we should be able to not only, I mean, reduce noise for the driver is of course also making it nicer as a driver environment or workplace, with the ambition to have the nicest work environment for the driver of any trucks and the safest. That we think should mitigate part of the driver shortage, recruiting or attracting more people to the business. And of course, what I talked about, all the safety features we hope can reduce accidents with pedestrians and bikers and other people around the truck. So I think that's in a nutshell why we have the design is key for us to be able to mitigate the problems. And of course, we hope many customers want to buy our trucks, and maybe even more importantly, many drivers will want our trucks to be the workplace in the future. So I think I stop there and see if anybody wants to have any questions or so on.
Thank you, Carl Magnus. Some really fascinating insights from you there. We do have some questions. We've got some that have come in from the audience. So I will share the first one with you, which is, what steps have Volta taken to decarbonise its supply chain?
Well, it's a very good question, and it touches upon our starting point was, we are not a research project. We don't want to, develop something that maybe takes 5-10 years and then, hopefully is hitting the market in a long time. For us, time to market or making an impact early has been very important from the beginning. So we've, as a starting point, we have really we should take the latest technology, but proven technology, assemble that to come to the market as soon as possible. If I look at our history, we got our first funding in May of 2019. Within 15 months, we had a first demonstrator, so an electric driven. It's not road legal, so we can only show it at exhibitions, etc. But with that, we could show the customers what we're talking about. After that, we have now, in a very short period, also come to the first, what they call mule in the development program, etc. Without going into the details, coming to the market, starting to make an impact as soon as possible is very important. So when I talk to or listen to, I'm Swedish, I listen to Swedish politicians anyway. A couple of years ago, they said we are going to do a lot of things, but they talked about 2030, 2045. So our idea was, how can we start to make an impact as quickly as possible? Coming to your question then, that is then, we cannot be super selective in the supply chain. We cannot have an impact on the supply chain so much in the beginning. If I look at where we want to go in the future, we want to go into our supply chain and of course try to look at the total footprint of all the components in the supply chain. But we have more than that, and that's why our business model that we take a long-term responsibility for our trucks is to say we want to look at the total impact of our trucks from what do we call it, from cradle to grave, basically from the supply chain up to the end of life. And end of life is then how can we design a truck today where we can recycle things, or we can, even with the right service and maintenance, prolong the lifetime as much as possible. Which ideally in our business model, our trucks would last for 50 years and they would need no service, maintenance, or spare parts. That is very contradictory to the business model of any of the OEMs in the market, where I don't say they construct a truck for breaking down, but it's a fact that they make a lot of their profit in the service, maintenance, and spare parts. All that is sort of against sustainability. We think our business model, our intentions are hand in hand with sustainability, long-term sustainability.
Thank you, Carl Magnus. We're very much looking forward to hearing from you a little bit later on when the panel comes together. Next up, I'm delighted to say we are joined by Matthew Weaver, Vice President of Nissan Design Europe. Matthew makes the point that designers love to say that their work is human-centric. He believes that's the right approach, but with electric vehicles, we have an opportunity to rethink the meaning of that concept. Once again, I encourage our audience to send in your questions for Matthew, and indeed all of the other speakers that we have this afternoon. Matthew, please now take to the floor and tell us how you're rethinking EV design concepts.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone here. Hello everyone online. As you heard, my name is Matthew Weaver. I'm the Vice President of Nissan Design Europe, and we're involved in the shaping of Nissan's vehicles in the region and globally, and of course the drive for full electrification. So today I'm coming with very much a design point of view, and it will be quite a visual bombardment, but something abstract perhaps. So I'd like to ask the question, which is probably a slight hot topic considering the audience: will electric cars be boring? Not one of my own sketches at the top. With so many changes and a society that's built on fossil fuels, there's so many challenges towards us. As a design organisation, never before have there been so many constraints. And it's something that we're dealing with day to day, and I'd like to address how we are dealing with it. So for me, what is mobility design? What is car design for us? And I find myself here in Oxford, a centre of learning with this equation, which is kind of ironic. But in a slight cliche way, automotive design, mobility design, for me, it's function plus beauty, but it still doesn't equal 3. You could say it's art and engineering, but it still doesn't equal 3. And all these forms of mobility for me, including cars and some of the other products that we're talking about today, there's a missing element, and it's taken half a career of my own to kind of start to understand these things. But for me, our cars, they capture human emotion. They reflect a lot of our cultures wherever we are around the world. There's desire, and ideally there's enrichment as well. For me, this is a classic example. It's a Talbot Lago from the 50s. It moves, it keeps you dry, it gets you from A to B, but it captures a time, it captures a flavour, and even looking at it, you may feel that you're in Paris in that time, and there's some magic, some desire. And above all, my job is about, as we shift, to capture that desire as we go forwards. So how do we make cars? Again, quite surprising. It's still very analogue. Sketch on the left, 40, 50 years old. Image on the right, one of our designers just a few months ago. We start very much with emotions, from the heart to the brain to the hand. It's quite ironic that as we go through the whole process to manufacture and the new technologies, we still start with this impetus. And we still visualize into 3D. This process hasn't changed. You can see the image on the top left. It's clay model. The only thing that has changed is that we actually recycled the clay, the armatures. So most of what you see there in that prototype is actually recycled. So a lot of our sustainability, we started quite some years ago at home, if you like. Cause and effect, our industry is changing a lot. Processes are speeding up. And some of the recent events over the last couple of years particularly have accelerated it even more. And one of the big things is we used to take those prototype entities around the world, along with other manufacturers, for assessing. But actually now we're using VR. The image on the left, I'm actually in a VR conference with someone in Japan live looking at a digital model. So even our very early processes, we're looking at streamlining our outputs carbon-wise. So also our products are becoming intelligent. Our new Aria is our most advanced car yet. The way it drives, the way it reacts, safety measures on board. But the way we designed it as well, we used artificial intelligence, not only for decoration, things that we couldn't do with the human hand, but actually underneath the utilization of materials to make it more efficient in weight and performance. And also, as such an advanced car, some of you may be familiar with the image on the left. The UX UI, the way we use the car, such an advanced car we've tried to simplify. On the image on the left, we can build wonderful infrastructures, but as we know, the human will find the shortcut, the easiest route, the route of least resistance. And when we consider our very advanced products, we try and make the simplest user experience and ultimately timeless and also updatable as well, so giving the product some longevity. But there is a set, I feel, of new influences upon us within the automotive industry. Of course, clean power, the very essence of what we're talking about, but obviously the packaging of the vehicles is changing. Actually a very interesting time for us. Some advances are being made. We're holding on to some, if you like, some legacy elements of proportion and what is desirable in the industry. But now we have flat floors, motors obviously on axles or in wheels. And of course, aerodynamics for our teams. This is a huge, huge influence on the products we're designing. And then we have EV360, something that Nissan is very proud of. We've just put you may have heard, £1 billion worth of investment from Nissan, Sunderland County Council, and one of our supplier and partners, Envision. So obviously we're putting a new electric vehicle up into the plant. We're going to get 100% renewable energy from the local council, and we'll have a new gigafactory up there in Sunderland. So it's a great story, and we believe the customers will want to know these things as part of the product life. And of course, as we electrify and we have autonomy, safety is now a huge topic for us in shaping the cars. Before it was preemptive safety, before it was reactive safety, and now we're very much into preemptive safety using augmented displays and all the technology on board. And also the change of the perception of the car, it's a big thing for us, of course, is the type of use of car, and I know there'll be a lot of discussion here today and yesterday about that, how we're actually and who we're designing the cars for and their usage. With autonomy, the way it's used, of course, a completely different way of using it as we reach full autonomy. And I think, lastly, where's the love? I asked a very simple question at the beginning, will EVs become boring in the future with so many constraints and such a changing landscape? We look back 20, 30 years and there were posters of Lamborghinis and Porsches on children's bedroom walls. And with this new impetus, what is the new desirable? This is the question we're asking our design teams globally. What is this new desirability for our customer? So will EVs excite? Of course they will. I'm not going to come here and say they're not. These just very quickly, a few quick snapshots of stuff. If we have full autonomy and the cars will never impact, could we have a car made of glass? You might want to look out the car more because you're not driving. These are very much futuristic concepts, very advanced, of course. Or if you want a story, if you're more heritage, petrol head, we can dive into the heritage of some of our products and make very clean, traditional-looking cars based on a more flexible architecture underneath. And even if you're more egotistical, perhaps, this was actually a car we did for Pebble Beach. It's kind of a James Dean style car, 100% electric. But those cues that we associated with the previous sort of ICE generation, we've changed, and a new desirability of what EV could look like, and a new desirability again. And lastly, of course, we have our new Aria, the most advanced product that's coming now to Europe very soon, so we're very proud of that. So, of course, for us, it's the new dawn. It's never been more exciting for us in design. So thank you very much. Sorry, a bit of a whirlwind explanation. Thank you.
That was a fantastic whirlwind.
Sorry, bombard.
No, it was brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much, Matthew. So we'll now go to some of the audience questions, which are starting now to come through. So the first one for you. With all these major advancements in technology and new materials, how do Nissan ensure their cars remain affordable for consumers?
That's our daily challenge. We have one benefit, of course, we're a massive multinational. I always think that Nissan, it's one of the things we're good at. We will concentrate on certain areas and prioritise what technologies are needed. Of course, now for safety reasons, many of them are mandatory, but very often we'll focus on certain areas that we will prioritise, and then through the longevity of the car, we will update as we go along. I think one of the things I personally tackle with is that the car is become so advanced, is keeping it human in a way. Well, I spoke earlier about keeping it very simple to use, but actually we know these cars are becoming almost robots, and how will we relate to these cars, and how will we want to interact with them in the future?
Thank you. And then another one here. When designing a BEV, does the fact it's a BEV mean from conception that you as a designer are deliberately trying to make EV stand out from traditional ICE vehicles?
That's a really good question. We have to go quite carefully with that. So designers left on their own, we would have cars this high that you could barely get in and out of. I believe the customer, I think it has to go hand in hand. I think the customer needs something that's recognisable, but we can also advance the technologies. So if I use Aria as an example, you would recognise that as hopefully a desirable shape, but obviously it's got flat floor, and we've pushed things like the HVAC, so the heater controls into the engine bay. And the motors are obviously smaller to package, like Carl was also explaining about the Volt truck. So there are kind of hidden things. Now, as a result, there's more space, and the H point is higher because of the flat floor. So we believe that for the customer, that's still desirable. If we did all of that and then came with a shape that's unrecognisable, it might just be a step too far. And there's sort of cases in history where that's happened. And for designers, it's exciting to come with both. But we think a step-by-step approach is always better.
That makes sense. Thank you very much, Matthew. And we'll come to you again when we all come together at the end. So our next speaker is Adam Barmby, founder of last mile solutions company EAV. Adam's mission is to fundamentally challenge and positively change the way we move people and goods around our urban environments. That's why he founded EAV, a British R&D and volume manufacturer of new products that enable this change. And remember, do keep submitting your questions for Adam and all of our speakers later this afternoon. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you to Aid Thomas and his team at the EV Summit for having us here today. I've sort of sat and listened to presentations over the past 2 days, and I think I'm as a designer, I'm sort of frustrated in a way to a point because I believe I can summarise it in three things. We seem to think that the government is going to heavily subsidise us and pay for the changes that we need. We also need a lot of infrastructure to allow for this adoption. And generally speaking, we're all talking about electrifying everything as the answer. I believe that good design is about solving problems, creating solutions for those problems. And I think that a lot of what I've sort of seen is problems that need solutions. And I think the way that we're coming towards the market really is to fundamentally look at the challenge that we have. And that's why EVE was created. We've got an ecosystem, a fleet of vehicles, either in manufacture or in production or development at the moment, that fundamentally enable business model change. And that's the sort of strong message that I'm looking to put across. Everyone understands the problem. But fundamentally what we want to do is set cities free. That doesn't necessarily mean electrifying everything. We have to look at the problem itself and then create solutions that specifically manage and solve that issue that we're trying to get around, whether that be through logistics, through the transport and movement of people and goods around our urban environments, because we are having to adapt to legislation change and the positivity of urbanisation and pedestrianisation of our city centres. Our goal is obviously to aid the decarbonisation of our city centres, and I believe we need a very strong change away from our sort of legacy fleets and legacy operation, more importantly. What we're trying to do is create products that allow for business operators to look at how they actually do the job that they're doing. Creating systems like you see there on the screen. Our Ro-Ro cargo pod is a Euro pallet size cube that allows for our mid-mile vehicle, which is our Lynx product, to go in and out of the city centre and deliver to our last mile solutions, ultimately creating a far more efficient last mile by reducing that stem mileage going in and out of the city centre, and also reducing the need for bricks and mortar property, which is ultimately very expensive, and fundamentally at the moment, because of COVID and the change in where we're delivering to, those bricks and mortar properties are no longer in the correct place for optimised and efficient routing. Micro-consolidation is something that everyone sort of talks about in the logistics industry, but when you start talking about it, you still need a different type of hardware to do that delivery. And it just doesn't really seem to exist at the moment. So, okay, at the moment we've got an e-cargo bike out there on the market. It bridges the gap between bicycle and van. But actually what we need to do is look at the entire infrastructure that is needed to do that final mile, which is generally 50% of the total cost of a delivery. This is the first product we've got to market. There's one outside in the foyer. It's an e-bike. It's classified as an e-bike. We can go through pedestrian zones, down cycle lanes, through bus lanes. It can take a completely different route through the city centre. And I think it's really important to also understand that, city centres, whether an electrified van or not, you're not going to be allowed to go into that city centre anymore. And you're going to need solutions like this to get in and out and provide that service that the customers are requiring. The Lynx project is something that we're doing in conjunction with a couple of different partners. But essentially what it's doing is doubling the distance, doubling the area covered and halving the distance travelled. So therefore you're maximising that last mile delivery sector. That's our fleet of vehicles. We've got a lot of really positive development projects in go at the moment. We're about half an hour away from here, just at the other side of Bicester, and I'm really passionate about British manufacturing and trying to actually make a real change for my children's future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adam. That was great. We're just going to go to some questions now and see what's coming through from the audience. I've got one here. So this is coming in from an audience member. The human-machine interface is what fascinates me. How can designers integrate our schedules, plans and habits so that we can make the future of transport better than ever before?
I think from a design point of view, I think we need to listen more. We're always sort of talking about how we need to design, nicer, better, more electrified looking things, but actually fundamentally as a designer, you've got to listen to what the customer requires or what the user requires first. And if something is complicated to them, it's too complicated. Therefore, you've got to really reduce the way you're sort of designing and engineering those products.
That's great. And in what cities is EAV currently active?
So we're across the world. We are in everywhere from New York through Scandinavia, parts of Europe, and in the UK. Oh,
great. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Adam. And now we're going to bring the rest of the panel together for our final Q&A session where the panel will be asking questions of one another. Isabel, as our panel keynote speaker, may I ask you to start by asking a question of one of your fellow panelists?
Yeah, I like this model. I don't think I've done this before. I was really struck by something that you just said there, Adam. this point about, it's actually quite common across the infrastructure industry. There's a certain passivity, right? Government's going to give us lots of money. Someone else is going to fix this problem. And I guess for me, the volume of new entrants coming into this space in the last couple of years, even, of which you guys are great examples, is an opportunity for us to change that culture of sort of waiting for someone else to solve the other bits, passivity, et cetera. How do you see that? What more can people here in this room, in this discussion, do? How do we kind of engender a different way of working around this, which is about, kind of proactivity, stepping into other people's spaces to help them understand things and solve things? I don't have the answer myself, but I think it is really pronounced how siloized the industry has historically been and how siloized it continues to be. Working at Arup, the founder 70 years ago talked about total design, total architecture, right? This whole idea about the integration across all these boundaries. We have an opportunity in mobility now to try and do that. In fact, we don't have a choice because of the links to energy system, the links into planning. How can, I guess, the old part of the industry work with the new part? How can the public and private sector work with each other? I'd just be interested in other people's views, I guess Adam's, but also others.
I think fundamentally we have to be far more brutal with our way of thinking. I don't think that just electrifying vehicles and making them look relatively the same is the answer. To have a vehicle that weighs 2 tons and carries predominantly 100 kilos of human round is really not a very efficient way of moving anything. For me, I'm very keen on lightweight, and that doesn't just mean lightweight vehicles, it also means lightweight on infrastructure, whether that be roads, whether that be charging. Our vehicles can charge from a 3-pin plug. There is no need for infrastructure. They're only 150 kilos, so they don't really wear down road surfaces. People don't really truly monitor or evaluate true efficiency, and I think that's an education piece that we need to focus on a bit more. But no, coming back to from a design perspective, I think listening, being far more brutal with our sort of decision making, and also showing a different option. Because at the moment we don't show any different options. We just show the same thing that our customers, or me, the general culture, is used to seeing. Because people have to, car companies have to sell cars, and I think they have a responsibility to change what they sell to the consumer.
Maybe also recognizing it's like a huge lift for the professionals in the industry who've worked on the basis of designing something that's going to last for decades in the case of vehicle technology, right? Or last for hundreds of years in the case of infrastructure technology. Moving into that, your lightweight point, right? The mindset of flexibility, modularity, building for uncertainty rather than building for supposed certainty is a huge cultural change within the industry as well. So, yeah, but I agree with the points you're making.
If I'm in my way in there, I'm a little bit more positive. I think we are developing. There is a new ecosystem around electrification, and I think I'm coming across very few people that are against that are against CO2 reduction, that are against any of the things that I think all of us want to do. So it's more how to connect the dots a little bit. I mean, we talk to big oil companies, we talk to utilities, we talk to, of course, everybody that is interested in being part of the change. I think everybody today is seeing, obviously we're seeing more and more global warming has effects that we want to get rid of. So it's how the forums, and in our business model, we try to help connect some of these dots. But I think things like Adam is doing, distribution traffic is what we are looking at. I expect it to look quite different in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time. I mean, there will be combinations, smarter combinations. I mean, if you want to move goods into the cities, obviously you cannot do the bike from whatever 30, 40 kilometers outside of the city. The logical is to move it in with a bigger truck like we are providing. but the last distribution or not even last mile, the last few hundred meters or something like that should be done with somebody else. Finding these combinations, I think is what we have to work on. But I think there is a lot of goodwill. So I don't see that there is anybody opposing it. We just have to be creative and find the solutions. And we're coming back to data that somebody mentioned before. Basically, we see our trucks as a mobile data generator. So we are getting data from, of course, around the truck with the cameras and sensors, etc., inside the cab, inside the box, and of course for the engine as such, or the motor. So, and with that, if we, I believe that very soon, if we have 200 trucks, 300 trucks in London, we will be able to have very quickly, the best data for distribution traffic. Combining that data with, of course, routing software, weather data, and seasonal data, etc., I think we can be a part of making the city traffic much more efficient. And that is obviously good for all of us. It's good for us. It's good for our customers and everybody in the city. So exactly, we have to be inventive here and talk to each other. I think that's the first pieces that we have to do.
Thank you, Carl Magnus. And do you have a question for any of your fellow panelists?
Well, I've almost answered my own question to Adam. I know we have talked about this before, and I'm seeing that developing in other cities. We are right now focusing on London and Paris. And in Paris is some competitors or people using your kind of vehicles to actually find those combinations. On the car side, and I would be a little bit interested to see from Nissan, the bigger cities. I mean, we are quite close to the Paris administration, and obviously almost the idea from the city authorities is that we don't need cars. If we build out the infrastructure well enough, one person sitting and driving into the city and out again seems to be an obsolete model. But what we then are saying, still you need goods transported in that city. But how globally, long distance, maybe it's good, but what do you see of cities, the need of cars in the cities in the future?
Thank you, Carl. I'll suppose at some of the questions, I think one of the things that we're realizing with our planners is that every city seems to have a different set of requirements, and every culture seems to be more accepting or less accepting of the car in its current state or where it's going to be. I think you're right. We're definitely looking more at vehicles that are efficient, if you like, intercity. And again, looking at some of our future products, I can't really go into too much detail, but definitely the last mile solutions are things that have come onto our radar. I probably just want to say at this point, I'm really impressed with Adam and your purity of thought. It's really good. I realise also that the OEMs, the car manufacturers, are coming from a different angle, and we've had to evolve like I've never seen before. And it's really inspirational to see. I've got a question for you also. But on the OEM side from Nissan, I'm sure our colleagues in other companies, this mindset shift, I've never seen a pace like it. And I know it's not fast enough. It's not fast enough for any of us. And your comment at the end, a better future for our children is exactly right. So going back to Carl's question, we are aware of that. I can suppose that we have concepts where, we cluster cars outside the inner city, and then we have different modes or sharing onto the inner city. So these are all things that we're looking at. But, none of us want to be sat in traffic jams. So that's at the end of the day. Silent traffic jams are a bit weird, yeah.
Thanks, Matthew. Would you like to go ahead and ask your final question?
Yeah, I'm super impressed, and Carl as well. It's quite inspirational when inside an OEM, you see the magnitude of, you know, manufacturing something, and now you're international. If you upscale, how will that affect your supply chains, and what's your plan for upscaling?
I think our supply chains over the last 6 months have been upset anyway, so
Yeah.
we've had to completely and utterly re-engineer our entire vehicle over the last six to 9 months because of Brexit and COVID anyway. So we've actually we were sort of 60% outsourced, and now we're 60% in-house. We manufacture pretty much everything, bodywork, chassis, right the way down to drivetrain components. So going forward, we are almost certainly going to partner with an OEM in order to scale at the pace that we believe we need to scale at, because the adoption of these vehicles is happening now, and capitalizing on that means that we have to partner with an OEM.
Yeah. And sorry, if I may, Carl, just the size metric of your truck, do you have plans to have different versions? Obviously, there are size, if I think of Japan, there are, you know, size constraints on vehicles. Will you be coming up with different products that you'll localize to different regions?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure we have gone in stages. So maybe I mentioned it before. We started with a running demonstrator of a 16-ton truck to show basically what we had on paper before, or on PowerPoint before. And that, I think, was an eye opener for many of the customers. With that customer interest and traction as such, we have upscaled our ambitions, I think, almost month by month. So, and of course, some of them are saying, yeah, 16-ton truck is a good thing, but we have only, 7.5-ton trucks or 12-ton trucks or something. So what we are going to do, and we are already in the development phase of smaller models. So by 2024, our plan is to have four different models or sizes on the market, which is a 7.5-ton truck, 12-ton truck, 16, and 18, 19. But we will stay in that kind of mid-range. We're not going down to the 3.5-ton market, and we're not going long haul, so semi trucks, etc. So more or less servicing the same market, but with a little bit different sizes, as you are indicating.
Thank you to all of our speakers this afternoon for another excellent panel. We'll now have another networking break, so do keep making connections and don't forget to check out the exhibitors, either here in person in Oxford or online. We'll be back with our next panel at 3 p.m. UK time. See you then. Welcome back from the networking session. I hope you've been able to develop some great new relationships with your peers in the sector. We're heading now into our penultimate panel of day 2, one that is absolutely essential for mass adoption of EVs, accessibility. And our panel narrative is making EVs for everyone. We're delighted to say that this panel is sponsored by Wood, a global leader in consulting and engineering across energy and the built environment. Let's now watch a film from our panel sponsor before we hear from our speakers. On this panel, we're asking a simple but crucial question: how can we make EVs for everyone? To guide us through that question, we have Naeem Farouk, our panel keynote speaker and Director of Sustainable Transportation and Asset Management at Wood. We have Catherine Maris, Head of Innovation at Motability. We have Luke Gavin, co-founder Elmo EV Subscriptions, and Matt Dale, EV and ELCV business owner at ALD Automotive. A very warm welcome to all of our panel speakers. So to start us off, may I introduce you to our panel keynote, Naeem Farouk, who is Director of Sustainable Transportation and Asset Management at our panel sponsor Wood. Naeem's career in transportation has focused on bringing an innovative approach to transit asset management and business case development in Canada's public and private sectors. Naeem has been recognised through numerous industry awards as an emerging leader in sustainability, including for his leadership in zero-emission transport by Clear 50. Make sure you're taking advantage of Naeem's knowledge by submitting your questions online via the EV Summit platform. Naeem, please come to the lectern and share your insights.
Good afternoon, delegates and esteemed panel speakers. I'm excited to be here from Toronto, Canada, to discuss the challenges and opportunities of accessibility in the EV adoption space. I've had the pleasure to work on various cities' e-mobility strategies and deployments, from Lima, Peru, to Sofia, Bulgaria, to Perth, Australia, and back in North American shores of Boston, Los Angeles, Toronto, Halifax, Vancouver, to name just a few. Each of these deployments and geographies have taught me that EV adoption for large public fleets and private fleets needs planning, and it needs a good comprehensive understanding of the challenge, which can be turned into an opportunity. In my role at Wood, we are looking at that energy transition of transport as a key trend for the next decade across the globe. Wood is a global leader in consulting and the energy transition and built environment, with over 40,000 staff and 60 countries based globally in Aberdeen, Scotland. We have worked on some of the largest and complex energy problems and continue to bring our passion to solving these difficult questions using big data, advanced analytics, and boots on the ground skill sets together to execute meaningful transitions and solutions for fleet, cities, and zero-emission private car owners. Accessibility for us is not a peripheral afterthought. It is central to how we look at the transition. Let's take a step back and think of the iconic accessibility parking spot, which was pioneered in the US during the 1960s, during the civil rights movement, when people argued for their right and independence of mobility, regardless of physical disability. Our role in the energy transition needs us to apply the same vigor to the inclusion and equality when dealing with people with physical barriers, economic barriers, or geographic barriers, and I'm excited to hear my fellow panelists discuss these topics. And the numbers are staggering, folks. We're talking 61 million Americans suffer from a physical disability, or 1 in 4 of the general population. The UK and Canada have 14 and 6 million people with disabilities, or 1 in 5. These aren't small numbers, and let's not forget the aging population impact on mobility. These groups deserve the best our society has to offer. That's electric mobility, and they deserve the freedom to move in these vehicles in a respectable manner. Let's first talk about physical limitations. As someone who's spent many meetings with vehicle manufacturers and fleet operators such as taxis and buses, we need to understand these challenges with physical limitations have. I've spent the last 2 decades working in public transit, and the user experience has to be mapped and established, and standards need to be developed that meet the vigorous needs of these groups. If we ignore them now, it will lead to long-term implications. Some of the challenges we've seen is early adopters and upfitters struggling to find space to actually put ramps or wheelchair platforms, as the batteries are taking up space in the truck, or boot as you guys call it, or in the lower platform of the vehicle. That is one challenge. The other challenge that we're seeing is that, the options that are being spec'd into these vehicles don't give the diversity and ease for potential physical barrier individuals, such as charge points. They should be located in curb, driver's side, or rear, with the options to move them or have multiple. That's one of the ideas that we're pushing forward with our partners, to make sure that there's an ease in how you connect the vehicle to the charging infrastructure. So when it comes to charging locations and charging hardware, introducing serious challenges for people with special needs is a reality, and I can't stress this enough, but walking up to a charger is a very different experience when you pull in and have a wheelchair. Simple things such as the turning radius of the wheelchair needs to be considered, removing the cord, the height of the contactless interaction with that charge point is critical. And the fact that I heard on these yesterday that there's 11 million households in the UK that do not have a driveway and are looking at on-street pole charging, that introduces curb height issues, grass, and other barriers for those people to cross to simply plug in their vehicles so that they can enjoy the same zero-emission transport that we all are aiming for. And the other thing that we've been looking at is cord lengths vary by charging equipment manufacturers, which can lead to challenges when users compound that with the physical weight of the plug. So one of the things that I'm encouraging people in this space to examine is establishing charging standards that look at the accessibility of that. And one of the standards that we have in the United States is 1 in 25 electric chargers must be installed in an ADA compliant space. It's not a large number, but it's a step in the right direction. Deploying EV chargers in gas stations or forecourts is also an important aspect of improving the accessibility with attendance on site. That will help individuals, if needed, regarding their charging needs. Inductive and wireless charging is also being explored, but the energy loss at this time is very high, and universities are tackling ways to improve that. But we have not seen any large commercial deployments of inductive charging today. Moving from the physical barriers to the economic barriers, I'll highlight a few regarding total cost of ownership. When it comes to low-income households, some surveys have found that the total cost of ownership argument is moot, as these individuals have a lot of pressure on their household wallets, and they need to understand the trade-offs clearly and have access to grants. We've heard from panelists yesterday about early adopter countries with large percentage of EVs have robust rebates, tax credits, HOV lane access, and annual plate sticker waivers. These are great examples of what we need to do in other markets. And I would encourage zero interest loans for EVs for low-income families to help them make that adoption. But I think one of the most interesting initiatives comes back from the United States with Ford and the Ford F-150. The F-150 is the symbol of American car culture, and it's hardcore utility routes. It's the #1 selling vehicle in America and Canada for the last 2 decades. We're talking 1 million units a year. That's roughly 2 units a minute, or 10 units will be sold while I'm giving this speech. So in terms of the size, the Ford F-150 Lightning provides a great opportunity for a steady secondary market for the North Americas. And that secondary market would mean a cheaper vehicle reliable for fleets, private owners, not at the original capital cost. But even the original capital cost is something that we can actually absorb. Working with various clients, we've done total cost of ownership analysis on the Lightning product and found that fleets can actually save $21,000 over its 8-year life cycle and help remove 91 tons of CO2 tailpipe emissions. And we're proud of the fact that we've helped cities, one city in particular, convert 121 pickup trucks to the Ford Lightning F-150. Moving on from the economic barriers to geographic barriers, one of the interesting topics we've seen is from early adopters in the US who have used electric vehicles is that charging deserts have emerged where they're actually reverting back to their ICE vehicles because they feel that the fuel is not available for them in a convenient way and charging infrastructure is lacking. So it's really important when you're talking about isolated geographic areas to build the infrastructure and provide the support needed. In conclusion, we need to learn from our past and do better for the future. As we return from COVID and address this urgent climate crisis, we need to ensure that the built future is inclusive to all regardless of income, economic position, physical disability, and geographic barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naeem. That was excellent. So I'm going to move on now to audience questions. I'll just take a look at what we've got for you here. This is a good one. So what would you say are the lessons that we can learn from North America's accessibility standards for UK EV adoption?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the first thing would be looking at things like where you're charging. One of the things that I was mentioning is 1 in 25 charge points need to be located in an ADA compliant parking spot. So that's a larger parking spot where there's no barriers for wheelchair people to move around and load and unload. So I think that's one good example that you can see. And I think looking at ramps, standards, looking at if pole adoption is one of the paths for the UK market, that they create platforms that make it easier and do customer process mapping. And I think my fellow panelists will talk about some of that. So I think those are some of the lessons that you can take from North America.
Thanks very much, Naeem. And looking forward to hearing from you again soon when the panel comes together again. So next to speak, I'm very, very pleased to say we have Catherine Maris, who is the Head of Innovation at EMOBILITY. Like many people here today, it's Catherine's personal experience, specifically with her older and limited mobility relatives, which motivates her focus on access to places, spaces, connections and experiences, underpinned by inclusive transport. Her current passion is how to ensure the upcoming transition for electric vehicles leaves no one behind. When she's not working, Catherine spends far too much time reading and attempting to write science fiction novels. I'd love to read one, Catherine. Do remember to put your questions forward now for Catherine, who I will now welcome to the lectern.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today and to see some familiar faces from Zoom that I'm finally having the chance to meet in person. And thank you to Aid and the whole team here for organising such an amazing event. A bit of a caveat on my slightly unusual mask. I'm trying to ensure that anyone in the audience or online who needs lip reading can understand what I'm saying. I just thought it was important for a panel on accessibility, so hopefully this works. As just mentioned, I'm Catherine, and I head up innovation at EMOBILITY, the National Disability Charity. The EMOBILITY scheme, which the charity oversees, has enabled millions of disabled people in the UK to lease a car and enjoy the freedom of mobility. We know that mobility means more than just a car. It means freedom, it means independence, it means access to social connections, to work, and to education, which is why it's so important. Because of our expertise and our reach, we know that 1 in 5 people in the UK report a disability, and almost 1 in 10 new cars in the UK are bought on behalf of disabled people. These are huge numbers. So as the 2030 ban on the sale of new petrol and diesel cars approaches, we know there is a robust commercial and social case for ensuring the transition to EVs is inclusive for disabled drivers, passengers, and pedestrians. Our journey in this space began last year when we sponsored research with disabled people from the Research Institute for Disabled Consumers, which demonstrated concerning accessibility issues with EV charging infrastructure. This included high curbs, heavy cables, inadequate signage, bollards that are too narrow for people using mobility aids to get through, interfaces which haven't been built considering the needs of partially sighted or hard of hearing people, not enough space around the vehicle. I could go on and on, the list is quite long. These issues are concerning not only for disabled drivers, but also disabled passengers, pedestrians, and other groups with accessibility requirements, like older people, a challenge that will only grow with the UK's aging population, as already spoken about. We conducted further research with Ricardo Consulting, which estimated in 2035 in the UK, there will be up to 2.7 million disabled drivers and passengers, with up to half, so 1.35 million people, reliant on current public charging infrastructure, which we know hasn't been designed with their needs in mind. As a result of these and other challenges, uptake of EVs among disabled drivers has been very limited to date. ZapMap's 2020 annual survey indicates that rates of disability among EV drivers are low compared to the proportion of disability in the UK population. And we also know that other countries that are far ahead in the transition to EVs have yet to solve these problems or even define what accessible charging looks like. There's also a debate about how ready other technology is that might have greater accessibility potential, like wireless charging. At Modability, we're tackling current accessibility issues with public EV charging, focusing on practical changes that can be made now by sponsoring national accessible charging standards in partnership with the Department for Transport and the Office of Zero Emissions Vehicles and through the British Standards Institute. We hope this can provide an example to other countries as well who may want to pick up and use similar standards. We're also innovating in this space, including a research partnership with UK Power Networks, looking at the barriers for disabled people to access on-street charging specifically, one of potentially the most difficult environments to charge in accessibly. We've also funded disability and design charity, Designability, to carry out widespread user engagement with disabled people to define their requirements to charge. They spent a number of months engaging disabled people, bringing them to charge points all across the country, and again, testing those charge points to define user requirements. The results of this research are available to anyone on the Modability website, so I do encourage you to take a look. And generally, we're talking to national, regional, and local government, major charge point providers, manufacturers and energy sector leaders, industry bodies, and even other countries to raise awareness of the problem, but also to help define what public charging solutions could look like. This is the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. Everyone wants to avoid expensive retrofitting of charge points that have already been installed when guidance catches up. So let's act early for a transition that leaves no one behind. I focused today on public charging, but there's a number of other points we could bring up around at-home charging, vehicle design, and other aspects of e-mobility in the transition. So there's a lot more that we could talk about, but let's just focus on this for today. If you're interested in taking action on public charging in particular and would like to learn more about how you can support accessibility and inclusion in the e-mobility space, please grab me after this session, online or in person, or get in touch over LinkedIn. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Catherine. That was excellent. And I'm now going to go to some questions coming in from the audience. So the first one here, is the transition to electric an opportunity to redesign the vehicles themselves so they are more accessible for disabled people?
I think there is a massive opportunity here in vehicle design and in charging as well. If you think about a lot of our current public infrastructure and kind of the way we get around, some of it is Victorian era. It's always being retrofitted. It's always being, accessibility is always there as an afterthought. So I think this is
one of those rare opportunities we have to change things for the better, to design inclusively from the start, and to continue that pattern for decades for a more inclusive future. I think on vehicle design in particular, yes, I think there absolutely needs to be a focus on how could we make these vehicles more accessible in general. Through the Mobility scheme, we're always adapting vehicles to suit people's needs. So actually, could we design a vehicle at the outset that meets people's needs? That's an interesting question, I think, to pose to everyone in the e-mobility space.
Thank you. And I've got another one here. What are the main issues surrounding home charging for disabled people that Motability could be looking at?
I think some of the main issues with home charging, I think first of all, not a lot of people have access to it, as we heard earlier. Potentially up to half of people don't have access to it. So if they're using public charging, which isn't accessible, that's a slightly more difficult situation than home charging. I think for home charging in particular, it's more the challenge of there are similar accessibility issues that will carry over from public charging into home charging, just thinking about the installation of the equipment, and is that accessible? Will people have carers or others who support them, family or friends around to support them to charge if they are home charging? If not, then we still need to find out ways to independently home charge.
Thank you very much. And we'll come back to you at the end, Catherine, when we rejoin everybody together. Now we're going to hear from Luke Gavin, the co-founder of Elmo EV Subscriptions. Luke's experience at Octopus Energy and Element Energy sowed the kernel of the idea of what was to become Elmo in early 2019. His mission at Elmo is to build Europe's leading sustainable subscription company and to make green technology, specifically electric cars, more accessible through innovation. Please keep sending your questions in and we will pose them to Luke after we've heard him speak. So Luke, please take the floor.
Slides. So hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. As said, I'm Luke Gavin, one of the co-founders of Elmo. At Elmo, we offer electric cars or access to electric cars to businesses and to customers on flexible and all-inclusive subscription contracts. Today I want to talk about how we can continue increasing the pace of EV adoption, but crucially how we can make EVs attractive and accessible to a mass market consumer. Particularly, I want to talk about how we can reframe EVs within the new mobility landscape to create a new mobility offering that aligns with the benefit of EVs and also removes some of the blocker that are preventing the mass market consumers of today from making the switch. So firstly is the problem slide. I'm sure everyone here is pretty familiar with it, but it's really important nonetheless to highlight that EVs are crucial in our fight against climate change. They're a proven technology, there's consumer demand, and they've been proven to have a meaningful impact on our carbon emissions. So we really see this as a mission to get this technology into as many people's hands as possible, and that really means conquering the mass market. EV consumers of today primarily are wealthy, they're tech enthusiasts, and they're environmentally conscious. Probably a mixture of all three in a kind of early adopter bracket. Those characteristics aren't necessarily shared by the mass market, and I think it's really important to recognize that, and also really important to sort of predict what barriers we'll come up against to solve that mass market problem. And from speaking to our customers, we think it comes down to cost. EVs are expensive. The total cost of ownership is becoming equitable with ICE cars, but that's quite a confusing concept that's hard to conceptualize for many. And it also ignores the fact that there's a large upfront payment, whether that's a lease or finance deposit, or cash if you're buying the vehicle outright, and that will be higher than petrol or diesel equivalents, and this is excluding quite a large proportion of the market from making the switch. The second is perceived complexity. So the early adopter group might love trawling through smart home charge tariffs to try and find the best solution that integrates with their home. But for the majority of people who haven't switched their energy tariff in 5 years, it's quite off-putting, and they just want a car that will do what they want for the right price. There's an asset risk, so with models improving year on year, people are nervous about making the switch now if there's a better solution coming just down the line. And this also has implications for residual value if people are buying the car outright. And lastly, I think is a really important lifestyle risk. I think you come up across come up against a lot of people just saying EVs don't suit my lifestyle, end of, and whether that's they do long trips or their charging solution, a lot of people has that base assumption that it just doesn't work for them, and it's quite hard to convince someone otherwise. And this prevents people from making what is quite a large commitment, whether that's buying or signing up for a long lease, and it's really hard to get over that. So those are the cars themselves, but we also want to focus on how people are accessing these cars. So if we look at the leasing market, it's going from strength to strength and continuing to grow. And this is part of a well-publicized movement away from ownership towards kind of usership. But we really think when we specifically focus on EVs, we can go a lot further than this. And this is because modern consumers expect more than this. They expect flexibility, so they don't want to be tied into long-term contracts for a number of years. They expect easy access without a large upfront payment at the beginning of their term. And they expect a fully digital and excellent consumer experience that aligns with their ethical and environmental purchasing habits, and they want to be enabled to do that. So in terms of where we see EV subscriptions fitting into this, we see it really reimagining leasing to tailor a solution specifically for electric vehicles. And this solves the barriers that I just went through. It tackles the cost barrier because there's no upfront cost. So this means that those without the cash balance to lease or buy a car, this solution can still be accessible to them. But it also means in terms of a total cost of ownership solution, from day one, you're enjoying those running cost savings without having a period of time where you're paying off a large capital expenditure at the start of your term. In terms of asset and lifestyle risk, the flexible nature just means you can upgrade whenever you want, and you can also hand back the car if you don't like it. And then the complexity risk is solved through all-inclusive standard package. But then doing this through a real digital product allows us to include home charging, public charging, and energy tariffs, which really allows people to pick the greenest solution and the one that works best for them. So the last point, and we think a really important point to make is, and this aligns with a sort of accessibility topic, we can design the best product and it can be super flexible and great, but if the price isn't right, then you're essentially just looking at targeting a very niche segment of the market. And if you want a sort of long-term and a long-term solution that's actually going to help boost EV adoption, the price has to be right. So when you compare these models to the next best solution, in this case leasing, we really believe that when you add up everything, so that's all the upfront payments and everything included, the price has to come in at the right level. Otherwise, we're not working to make them more accessible to all. We're just working for a little niche segment of the market. So that's all from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks so much, Luke. That was really interesting. You explained there that subscription schemes make this much more accessible for those on lower incomes. How do you go about communicating that?
It's really difficult. I think the last image that I showed, what we're battling against is our monthly price will always be more than a lease or a finance because there's an upfront cost to pay, and we're also including insurance and maintenance and all the other costs. So we look really expensive. So I think it's an educational piece of actually showing people how much they spend on their car. And I think it's also about recognizing that that price is also unaffordable for large segments of the market. And we really need to explore how we can maybe shift into the second-hand car market, two-wheeler market, to find a way of making it affordable to everyone, not just the people who are traditionally new car users. But it is a challenge.
Thank you. And we've got another question from the audience. What do Elmo's carbon offset donations go towards?
So we just sort of looked at when we were designing the scheme, and obviously electric cars have embedded carbon within them, and we just kind of wanted to recognize that and include in our monthly service something that offsets the manufacturing emissions over the lifetime of the vehicle. So we just we picked a project, and it goes to a number of different projects across the world, and we just offset that manufacturing emissions within the monthly subscription price.
That's great. Thank you very much, and we'll hear from you again very shortly. So next up on our panel, we have Matt Dale, who is the EV and ELCV business owner at ALD Automotive. When Matt left school at 16 and went on to train as a mechanic, little did he know he would still be in the industry 37 years later, and let alone he would be helping to drive the transition from IC vehicles to electric. It sounds like it's been an exciting journey for you, Matt. In the audience, please don't forget to send in your questions. So Matt, please come and take your place at the lectern.
Good afternoon, everybody. 37 years seems a long time. I think the numbers are wrong. I think maybe it's only 18. But thank you for the introduction, Michelle. So I'm Matt Dale. I am EV and ELCV business owner for ALD International, and it's a really broad role that allows me to become involved in very many different areas of electrification across our business and see the different speeds that electrification is happening in different countries across Europe. So how do we make EV accessible to everybody? Quite simply today, I don't think we can, and I'll explain why in a couple of minutes. Today, I think it's about educating people. It's about dispelling many of the myths, and we've got to continue to build what we've started with an electric future. Now, I'm not going to do a sales pitch, but I am going to tell you what ALD does. And the reason I'm going to tell you that is because most people look at the leasing industry and go, we supply cars and that's that. There is a whole lot more to it in the electrification process. So our role as a lease company is to make transition from ICE to electric as simple as possible and as accessible to as many people as possible. We're developing products and services to help customers transition from ICE, internal combustion engine, to electric. ALD Electric is one such service, currently live in 12 countries. And being launched in another 11 by the end of the year. It takes a holistic approach towards electrification and covers everything from the charging ecosystem, including bundled solutions and driver reimbursement, through what I like to call bums on seats, the opportunity to try a vehicle, to have a demonstrator, but also with an opportunity to try an electric vehicle for a few weeks or a few months via our ALD Flex product. We also offer business intelligence and consultancy, and that's a service that helps customers move EV transition from theory into practice. And this could be helping a customer understand about total cost of ownership, moving from a net rental to a total cost of ownership. As people have said earlier, understanding TCO, it's not straightforward. Actually, it is. You just got to bundle it in a different way. We're helping customers with driver suitability, so that they can understand which drivers can switch, be it a car or an LCV fleet. And we're helping them create new driver policies, which are also important in the plug-in market. I mentioned ALD Flex a couple of minutes ago. This allows a customer to take an EV for a longer period. It's, if you like, try before you commit, try before you buy, try an electric vehicle and see if it works for you. And it's not just aimed at the premium products. We run Hyundai Konas, Nissan Leafs, VW ID3s, as well as the EQCs for the corporate market, the Polestars, and ELCV is a growing area of that as well. We have a secondary lease product, which is really important in the accessibility to everybody. So this is allowing us to release our used vehicles, which will help remove one of the key barriers, which is perceived as cost. So by taking those electric vehicles when they're 3, 4, 5 years old, putting them back into the marketplace, we're helping more people access them. We have partner programs with the likes of Tesla and Polestar, as well as Ford, Kia, Hyundai, Lynk & Co, LEVC, and others across Europe. And they're all producing electric and plug-in vehicles. And again, this is helping create a used market in the future. We have car share services already running in a number of countries, and ALD Switch, which allows a customer to lease a full EV, but for a couple of weeks a year, take an internal combustion engine vehicle for that journey they think that they can't do on electric, but in reality they probably could. So when you take all of these different products and services into consideration, we're helping consumers, we're helping SMEs, we're helping large fleet access EVs. We're also helping customers help their employees to switch to electric with B2B to E products. So that's going beyond the traditional company car and moving into the space where drivers are maybe struggling to actually learn about electric vehicles. Now, there's an elephant in the room, and that's the availability of vehicles. We've heard about it a number of times today. It's not just about the semiconductor shortage, which will hopefully be resolved next year, but the actual volume of electric vehicles produced so far. Historically, ICE vehicles have been produced en masse. You used to fly back from holiday, Birmingham, Bristol, any other airport that you want to, and as you were coming into landing, you'd see this lovely big field full of Rover 200s or Ford Fiestas or whatever it was. That's not the case anymore. Manufacturers are much more cost conscious, and almost everything is built on a just-in-time basis. We also have to consider battery production. Battery production is not up to full speed yet, and whilst investment is happening quickly, it's still going to take a number of years for us to get to capacity. So we need to consider the age of our car park. In the UK, there are 32 million cars on the road. 6 million of those are over 13 years old. Today, we have 191,000 electric vehicles registered. The gap is massive. And it's a similar picture across Europe. This isn't just a UK problem. This is all across Europe. So we're in a very low start point here. So this transition is going to take time, but we've started and we need to keep going. And we all need to keep helping customers and consumers make that transition to electric, whether that be through usership, ownership, flexible leasing, car sharing, or any other platform. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt. That was absolutely great. And I'm now going to take a look at some of the questions coming in from the audience. So one I've got for you here is, how do you approach your B2B customers with a solution that bundles the management of both their fleet but also their new e-mobility reality, like charging costs management, being those private or public transactions?
We're quite lucky. We've been working on this since 2018. So we actually have a totally bundled solution now, which we've rolled out, as I said, in 11 countries. It's coming to another 12 by the end of this year. And it's about what the customer needs to understand how they run their fleet. Historically, you've had an internal combustion engine vehicle. You've pulled up a fuel station. You've got your fuel card. It's quite simple. With the charging infrastructure, you've got public, you've got home, you've got workplace. And you need to aggregate that to understand how the car all fits together and what the real cost of electrification is, but also to drive the right driver behaviours. It's all very well being able to access the public charging network. If you've got home charging, that is by far the cheapest way to do it. So what we're doing is we're building everything into one place, aggregating it, and putting it there for the customer to see.
That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to get you all back together again for a final discussion. So, Naeem, as our panel keynote speaker and sponsor, may I ask you to start off the discussion by asking a question of one of your fellow panelists?
Sure. I think one of the questions I would ask is, we have a transition happening in transportation as mobility as a shared service. We've seen a lot of apps emerge in the last decade, like Uber and Lyft. And what role do you think, this is to anyone, they would play in this transition in urban centers?
Luke, would you like to take that?
So this is what kind of role ride sharing has in urban centres?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on the urban centre. I think if you're looking at sort of a big city like London, where theoretically there's not a huge amount of need to have a car, I think it seems like it could play a huge role. I mean, I can't remember the stat, but if you do sort of less than 2,000-3,000 miles a year, I think it's kind of pretty cost competitive to use something like Uber than to have your own car. So if that combined with car sharing, that could be a transport solution that could almost be citywide, especially with cities becoming a lot more strict on car usership and kind of really wanting to dissuade that. So I think potentially in those urban areas it could be a complete solution, but there's still a lot of people who live in places where that doesn't quite work yet. So,
Matt, would you like to add anything more?
Yes, I mean, it's something that we've been involved with. We're looking at, as an international company, we're looking at a lot of things in different countries to see where they work best. We actually did some work with the guys in Finland at, yes, you tell me, I'll tell you, the name's gone, that's my age thing. That's the 37 years mechanicking, where we looked at how mobility would fit in and which elements of ride sharing in particular, how you can merge that in with a lease vehicle. But we're getting customers coming to us now where actually they don't want a vehicle anymore. So these sorts of elements are becoming really important in the e-mobility space in the true sense. So it's something we're watching. We are involved in a couple of countries. Is it that corporate, in that core corporate space yet? You ask in the room here how many people have got a Lyft or an Uber app, and you'll probably find the hands are quite more than 50%, I would say, yeah. So more and more people are learning how to use it. So it's got to be developed in with everything else that's going on. From a corporate perspective, how do you separate the corporate from the private, which makes it into a mobility solution?
Would you like to comment as well, Catherine?
Yes, I just think in all of this we're maybe missing out one particular customer segment. I think in a lot of discussions in the panels today, we've been speaking about the greenification of city centres, which is hugely positive. If cars are a door-to-door solution because you have a mobility difficulty, that's really difficult because you're being locked out of city centres. So what's the last mile going to be like for those people? We know that 65% of the trips that disabled people take are by car in the UK. You know that half of disabled people never use trains or buses or use them less than once per year. So if we don't fix those systems, if we don't fix public transport, community transport, other kinds of infrastructure to support those journeys, for a lot of people, a car is the only option. So I would just encourage us throughout all of this to think about those customer segments where, you know, mass is a hugely exciting technology if you can tailor it to suit people's needs, but if that last mile solution isn't there for someone who needs that door-to-door journey, I think it's going to be hugely challenging and quite exclusionary. Thank you.
And Catherine, would you like to pose a question to the panel?
I'm just really interested in thinking about some of these overlapping inequalities that might come out, and I know we've spoken about this a little bit, but thinking about affordability and disability. We know that disabled people are going to be disproportionately reliant on public charging infrastructure, which is going to cost more. So how could maybe some of those inequalities end up being compounded by disabled access, not being able to access affordable EVs or affordable charging? I'd be interested to see what the other panelists thought about. Maybe some of these overlapping inequalities will actually kind of compound or augment some of these problems that we're talking about in a singular way.
Naeem, would you like to take that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Just thinking here, you know, utilities back in North America have discounted rates for seniors, people with disabilities. Does it make sense for those same schemes to be used in the EV space for that demographics? And I think, yes, I think it's something that needs to be worked on. I haven't seen that. You know, one of the big moves that I have seen is to manage peak demand pricing for fleets and individuals is a fleet EV kilowatt rate, which was pioneered in British Columbia as one of the first in the world. And that allows a consistent pricing because even time of day, a lot of families work at night in the low income bracket, and then they have to charge during the day. So that was a reverse. So that was one way to provide them stability. So I think, you know, it's a great conversation that needs a lot more work.
Luke, do you have any comments on that?
I don't think I do, actually. Okay. It's not something we've thought about. So I think it's a really interesting topic, but yeah, it's not
no worries. And Matt?
You got me thinking. I've got to be honest. I drive a Model 3, and I reversed it into its parking space to charge it this morning. And there is no way a disabled person could have accessed that charger because there's a bumper stop at the end to stop you going over it. And I, you know, you've set me thinking about actually what we can do about it and how we need to be thinking about this as a leasing company, and what we can do to assist it, because we have customers who are disabled. It's something that has to come to the fore, and thank you for sharing it, because I think as a lot of us will sit here and we know about electric vehicles, These are the considerations that aren't always taken when the innovation is starting. So, yeah.
Thanks, Matt. And Matt, do you have any questions that you'd like to pose the panel?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Catherine, actually. We talk a lot about the 3 big barriers to electrification. How different is that for your customers? Because, you know, is the biggest barrier actually not about range, not about the cost? It is about the charging network. It is about vehicle accessibility. Where does it start? What's your biggest problem?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. I think it's also been about kind of what we need to tackle now, what we've been prioritizing, because charging is going in the ground every week, and that's why we focused on it. That isn't to say that the other problems aren't as important. I think we need to think about this more as a complete user journey from start to finish. So if you're a disabled person, how are you going to think about acquiring a vehicle, whether it's through the mobility scheme or whether it's through something else? Are you going to get the information through particular sites about what vehicle would be best suited to your needs, or how you could potentially get that vehicle adapted? In some places you will, in some places you don't. How will you get information about what an EV means for you and what you might need to do to prepare? What information will you get about home charging, and again, how that might be different for you? Or again, how you access the public charging network. Again, we're developing this accessibility standard for public charging. Wouldn't it be great to be able to tell which charge points in the country met that standard, so you had full confidence when you were going out to charge? I think a lot of the learning that we've taken away from our research is it's more about giving people information. In our user engagement work, a lot of disabled people told us, you know, I go to this charge point and there's 5 or 6 things wrong with it. Actually, 2 or 3 of those I could manage if I knew about ahead of time. But these 2 or 3 things definitely have to change, or I won't be able to access it at all, going back to your point. So I think that's something that we almost need to do as a sector, that kind of prioritization, because we want to be very supportive to industry and to government and say, let's think together about solutions. It's not that you have to radically change everything you're doing. It's more, what are the small practical changes you can make now that could actually make that big difference to someone.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And Luke, do you have a question you'd like to pose to the panel?
Yes, one to do with that. So something you were looking at, I think, could be really interesting is if, you know, moving away from ownership, if people would be more willing to share the car, and especially if that revenue's coming off whatever monthly bill they're paying. And with, I guess, you get to see it from a lot of different mobility aspects with the breadth of ALD. What do you think of that concept, and do you think it has potential?
Yeah, it does. It's something we've been looking at. I used to work for ALD in the UK before I moved to international, and about 18 months ago we started approaching it. It opens up a whole can of worms with contractual obligations, and also with the corporate customers. You've got to get them to agree for the drivers to let their vehicles out, which is more complex. On the consumer side, it's something we're very close to solving now. And the plan in the near future is that we will be able to allow those customers to let their vehicles go out to people. And then it's a case of what platform that would sit on. There's a lot of platforms out there. So it's an inevitable thing that's going to happen. People want to utilise their vehicle that sits on their drive, probably for 90% of the time, the number that's used. It's not being used. Actually, why not make use of it, especially when there's so few around at the moment?
Thank you. And thanks to all of our speakers this afternoon. You've been absolutely fantastic and seen some great insights there. So now we're going to take another networking break before our final panel of the EV Summit. So enjoy, and we shall see you back here at 4:45 p.m. UK time. Thank you very much. Welcome back to our final panel of the EV Summit 2021, Smart Systems, which we are proud to say is sponsored by GreenFlux. As always, and for the final time this year, we'll begin our panel with a video from our sponsor. In this session, we're asking our panel, how are smart systems key to delivering transport decarbonisation plans? Answering that question, we have Clive Southwell, panel keynote speaker and Director UK and Ireland at GreenFlux. We have Niall Riddle, founder of Power. We have David Watson, founder of OMI, and joining us online, we have Vic Sheo, founder of Amply Power. Very much looking forward to hearing from you all today. Our first speaker is our panel keynote speaker, Clive Southwell, who is the Director, UK and Ireland, of our panel sponsor, GreenFlux. Clive believes in working towards a sustainable future, proven by his 10+ years experience in the EV industry. He specialises in EV charging infrastructure and has helped establish countries like New Motion, Allego and recently Enel X in the UK. As ever, please do keep your questions coming for our panellists as we welcome up our first speaker to the lectern. Please take it away, Clive.
Afternoon. As we're the last panel of the EV Summit, I'd first like to congratulate Aid, Rashida, the GreenTV team and Mari Brooks from Oxford on yet another brilliant summit here at Oxford. Thanks guys, and look forward to next year without all the restrictions that you've toiled under this year. So, how are smart systems key to delivering decarbonisation plans? Well, GreenFlux are a software as a service provider and have been working in the EV charging arena for over 10 years. From the beginning, our founders set out to realise a dream where every car would be powered by the sun, or in the case of the UK, the wind. We started life as a charge point operator, developing our software alongside this until we made the decision to divest ourselves of our CPO activities and specialise in becoming a class-leading SaaS provider to the sector. At GreenFlux, we believe in smart systems and believe that they are a key component in accelerating the decarbonisation in many areas, but in our business case, that of transport. Indeed, we see our own platform in this light. Like Intel to laptops, we are the part of the charging ecosystem that most never see, providing key functionality to our customers. And in the UK, that includes Drax and UKPN, Electric Blue, GridServe, and as of last Friday, the Dragon charging network in Wales. Across Europe, Total, Hitachi, and others. We base our platform on the Microsoft Azure base, use open protocols such as OPCPP and OCPI to enable connection to over 500 CPOs and EMSPs in peer-to-peer connections, and a total of 946 CPOs and 730 EMSPs if you include roaming hub connections. And we integrate our system with over 60 charger manufacturers. In addition to our own Charge Assist app, we connect with customers' own apps, as well as those of partners such as EV Assist by API. So whilst having over 41,000 chargers connected and controlled by our platform and managing 525,000 charge sessions a month, Our customer drivers can access over 200,000 chargers, and these are currently accessed by 1.8 million tokens. We expect this to reach 300,000 chargers and 5 million tokens during 2022, as we add new networks and integrate the customer base of EMOBILITY, the leading European fuel card and payments provider who purchased GreenFlux in July of this year. To make life simple for both our customers and their drivers, so connecting with others, fleet management, solar battery and other apps via APIs, providing tailored solutions for each customer, such as our recent collaboration with Heliox in the Netherlands, integrating solar on a car park roof, battery storage with bus charging and smart charging in the car parks to maximise the number of chargers available on a grid connection. Our smart charging algorithms allow balancing of the available load between chargers, dynamic load management to a building, prioritisation of critical time vehicles and shifting charging times by variable tariffs and much more. At GreenFlux, we believe that smart systems allow for a better use of energy, maximising the number of chargers available at any given location whilst making life simple for drivers, providing full data and processing of payments for our customers to whatever extent they require it. Without smart systems, charging in the future would be more expensive, disjointed and more difficult for drivers to access. At GreenFlux, we believe in interoperability between CPO networks, EMSPs, back-end systems, payment solutions, DNOs and anyone else who can make the life of a driver easier at the least possible cost. This is why we continue to invest in the smart system that is our platform today, and will continue to develop it, allowing integration with even more technology providers, delivering greater functionality in the years to come, in the belief that by doing so, we can accelerate the speed at which the world can decarbonise transport. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clive. I'm going to now take a look at some of the questions that we've got coming through from the audience. So the first one for you is, how do GreenFlux respond to companies like Tesla pursuing a members-only model?
So that's not something that we as a company would believe in. Tesla have announced recently that they will look to open up their network to users of other vehicles. Part of that, I think, in the UK, driven by what they see as coming government legislation, but it's something that we would welcome and we would be happy to integrate them into our platform and work with them.
That's great, thank you. And I've got another one here. What would accelerate the expansion of charging infrastructure across the UK and what might hold it back?
I think the things that would accelerate the speed of rollout would be some easing of planning regulations to speed up the pace at which installations can be carried out, and also a streamlining of the regulations required for getting power upgrades put into sites, because quite often it's the waiting for the power that is the problem with getting the charging put in.
Interesting, thank you. And thank you very much, Clive. We'll come back to you again when we bring the panel together at the end. So our next speaker is Niall Riddle, the founder of Power. Niall has been interested in sustainability since childhood. Together with his father and brother, he reintroduced the peacock butterfly to Highland Perthshire. Many trips up and down the M5 with a car full of caterpillars and chrysalises over a number of years enabled the species to once again thrive. He has finally plucked up the courage to start his own business, Power, where he wants to bring leading technology to life and make recharging an electric car easier than filling a petrol or diesel one. So please start your questions now for Niall. Start sending them in as he now joins us at the lectern.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here back at the EV Summit. My name is Neil Riddle, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Power. We're a tech startup making EV charging simple. My own background, including peacock butterflies, is 17 years in energy, mobility, and innovation. But my most inspirational moment was in 2008 when I supported the Committee on Climate Change preparing the carbon budgets, and I took one message away, which was decarbonise electricity and electrify everything. So that's the journey we're on. And today I've been asked to talk about smart systems, but instead I intend to talk about people and how human systems work with technology. So there's three systems I'd like to talk about before I talk a little bit about power. Business systems, which is partially why we're here today at a business conference, tech systems and the technology that underpins sustainability, and then human systems and what we need to do to help humans more easily interact with these technologies which reduce carbon emissions. So firstly, I went to Wikipedia for a smart systems definition. Wikipedia suggests that it's the functions of sensing, actuation and control to describe and analyse a situation, to make decisions based on available data in a predictive or adaptive manner, thereby performing smart actions. And those smart systems have been through 3 generations. The first gen smart systems were object recognition, monitoring. The second gen, active systems and energy management. And the third generation, which we're entering now, is technical intelligence and cognitive function to provide an interface between the virtual and physical world. So those 3 systems. The first that I want to talk about is business systems. We're here today at a business conference, meeting people and networking. Businesses exist to serve society, but government regulates business to ensure it manages those negative externalities. And importantly, those include carbon emissions and air pollution. And this triumvirate dictates the technology transition that we're going through today. In someone's words, it's cold to Kias. But government should avoid picking winners. We're at a very early stage in our market. Their job at the moment is to provide a level playing field, as my colleague Peter Georgiev from Ampeco suggested to me earlier. So the second system is technology systems. And technology does the heavy lifting to make us deliver a more sustainable future. There is lots of cool technology, but there is a complex language to learn. Kilowatts, kilowatt hours, AC, DC, vehicle to grid, IoT, 5G, EVSE, CCS, CHAdeMO, OCPP, OCPI, and before you know, you get lost. There is even a confusion of some of the basic terms of technology. What is the difference between a fast charger and a rapid charger? If you ask my European colleagues, a fast charger is a rapid charger. So am I better fast charging or rapid charging? And all of this makes it confusing for future drivers. We need to use these technology systems to help people make these decisions. So the third system I want to talk about is the human system. Today, we're about 1% of people in the UK who are electric vehicle drivers. They're innovators. But most future drivers do not care about technology like we do. As Luke Gavin from Elmo said earlier, we need to make EV accessible. We need to make this transition simple. People have jobs to do. They have school runs to complete, relatives and loved ones to visit. And as the words of Tim Jones from DPD, we share the same address. And as Matthew Weaver from Nissan highlighted, there is even love and kindness in this ecosystem. So now a few words about Power. At Power, we're a purpose-driven tech company. We're seeking to enable decarbonised transport and cleaner air with technology. The big problem that we're seeking to address is access to public electric vehicle charging. Many of you will know that finding, using the right type of charger, ensuring it's available and working, accessing it with multiple apps and subscriptions for in the UK at least 70 different drivers, and then receipts is a headache. As Maria Bengston at EY highlighted, it can be operationally impossible for fleets. So our solution is an electric fuel card based on a find, charge and pay through your mobile phone, and one centralised bill for the fleet manager. We're a third generation smart system, an interface between virtual and physical. We benefit from the partnerships with the likes of Osprey and Mer, who were talking here before. We have further technology development, including plug and charge. We make it easier for people to use data to enable an automated charge event. This is a further simplification to the customer, a Tesla charging experience for vans. So what I'd like to say is that smart systems can enable us to bring technology to the driver, give us a better customer experience, as Maurice Hochschild from Osprey said, and together we can build a better experience. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neil. And we're now going to take a look at some of the questions that have come in from the audience. So I've got one here for you. How can the EV charging industry strike a balance between working together to educate people about electric vehicles and competing with one another?
This is a lovely question because it exemplifies a couple of things. Firstly, that we do need to collaborate at the early stage of this market. And secondly, we are at an early stage in this market. I was speaking before to Catherine from Motability, and she highlighted the fact that we've probably provided infrastructure and services for about 1% of the market. We have a huge amount we can learn from that 1% to enable us to deliver a better solution for the 99%. So for me, it seemed blindingly obvious that we should be working as closely together as possible to ultimately move us towards a decarbonised transport system.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And we'll be coming back to you at the end when we bring the panel all together for the final discussion. So next to speak, I'm delighted to say we have David Watson, the founder of OMI. David thinks tackling climate change is the most important issue on the global agenda. A personal movement he's passionate about is planting trees and creating habitats. He harnessed a roof terrace to grow almost 1,000 trees from seed, collected from far and wide. When he moved to Ireland, the by then much bigger trees were all packed into a van and transported there with him to be part of a beautiful woodland and garden. That sounds absolutely stunning, David. Please do keep your questions coming in for David on smart systems, of course, although I'm sure we'd love to hear more about his tree planting as well. So David, please come and take the floor.
Hi, my name is David Watson. I'm the CEO of OMI. I'd like to thank the EV Summit for giving me the opportunity to speak here today and for the kind introduction. So what is OMI? OMI is a smart charging platform with a mission to help accelerate the transition to a lower carbon energy and transport system. And we do that by putting the customer first and thinking about how do we solve customer problems rather than how do we build really cool, intelligent technology. I think I think that's the heart of what we do. So to answer the question posed to the panel, how do smart systems accelerate the transition to a lower carbon economy? I think that happens in there's three what smart systems can do to do that. The first is making charging easy, cheaper, and greener for drivers. And what does that mean? What does that mean in practice? It means creating user interfaces that allow drivers when they're at home and at work to charge at the times that energy is abundant, which is largely when there's more renewables on the grid. By way of an example, at the beginning of lockdown in the UK, there was lower demand on the system in the middle of spring. Energy prices went negative, and OMI drivers were paid to charge their vehicles at periods of time. Now, that was a set of unique circumstances, but it's a fast forward to what the future will look like when we have a lot more renewables on the grid, periods of oversupply, and drivers will be paid to charge. That will make driving your car cheaper and easy and actually decrease the cost of energy, which makes the transition faster. The second piece we need to think about is what does it do? What happens is actually EVs can help reduce the cost of renewables on the grid. How do they do that? Well, the more and more renewables on the grid, there's an ever-increasing cost of imbalance, i.e. balancing the supply-demand. Historically, people looked at supply-side solutions such as reinforcing the grid with interconnectors, backup battery generation plants, backup combined cycle gas turbines. In a demand-side system where drivers and EV drivers can charge at the cheapest times, the cost of managing that imbalance decreases, which makes renewable energy cheaper and cheaper to install, which drives the carbon footprint of the grid lower, which makes EV driving even cheaper and greener. So you get this virtuous cycle of EVs and smart EV systems, accelerating the transition to cleaner energy because it's cheaper, and accelerating that. That's the second one. The third piece of what smart systems can do, it can make the transition of fleet cars to EVs easier and cheaper. In the old analog world, fuel was centrally distributed and had pretty much a single price with a fuel card. In the EV world, or in the digitized world, we have a distributed source of electricity at different prices in place and time. And that system, while cheaper, is actually much more difficult to administer. So building systems and smart systems and connected systems help fleet managers migrate. So fixing that problem in a smart way reduces a massive barrier to EV adoption, which is the billing and managing of the fuel aspect of EVs. So the three whats. How does a smart system do it? Well, a smart system does it by creating connections or creating connected devices. So you connect consumers you can connect individuals via apps. You connect to the cars to understand what the state of charge of the battery and the battery requirements. You connect to your energy suppliers to figure out what the cheapest times of electricity are. And you connect to network operators to understand availability in networks. And this overall connected system is a system that's ultimately smart. The second piece that's critical, or the critical how, is data. So using the data that this smart system creates to design even better and better systems. So an example of that is we're running a CrowdFlex trial with the national grid operator, Octopus Energy and Scottish SSEN. And the whole purpose of that is to understand how customers on smart tariffs behave and use that behavior to create future markets in the grids that allow the system operator to use the flexibility in EVs to balance more and more renewables. What kind of information and what kind of data do we collect? We collect the times that people plug in the day, how long they're plugged in for, how they manage and use their batteries, how they respond to price signals. All of this information is extremely important in designing a more sustainable and a lower carbon ecosystem or transport system in the future. And the final piece is communication and communication to our customers. It's the communication of smart tariffs, the communication of price signals, and actually in the next iteration sending push notifications to customers to tell them how they can interact with the system more efficiently and more cheaply. So that's pretty much all I have to say at this stage, and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Some great insights there. So I'm going to now take a look at the audience questions, and I've got one for you here. And the question is there potential for charging providers to work more closely with energy companies to ensure our increasing electricity demand can be met using renewable sources?
Yes, I mean, as I described in my conversation, that you need to work closely with smart tariff providers. They provide tariffs and the price signals, and these companies match the supply and demand. But they also need to understand what that demand is, so that they can hedge their exposure and buy and sell energy. In the first phase, it was moving demand. In the next phase, it's about balancing that demand at the supplier level. So the system of the future will require smart system operators as well as suppliers to work in hand.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, our final speaker on our final panel of the EV Summit is Vic Shao, the founder of Amply Power. Vic has more than a decade of professional experience developing solar and energy storage and now new fleet electrification projects. But he first got interested in renewable energy in the 90s, selling solar panels to hippies at Grateful Dead concerts. Wow, Vic, I think we're all desperate to hear more about that experience. If you haven't sent a question in today, now's your final chance. So please get those questions coming in for Vic and we will share them later. So Vic, thanks for joining us online today. I'm going to hand over to you now.
stories for another day, and sorry that I couldn't be there with you on stage for today. So I'll tell you a little bit more about Amply. At Amply, we serve fleets and their infrastructure needs for electrification. So it's transit buses, school buses, private sector, motor coaches, passenger corporate fleets, and trucks. And what we have over the last 3 years since I started the company, we've realized that it always boils down to 3 main challenges for our customers. So the first is that across all hundreds of fleets that we have touched across the U.S., their collective experience is that while gasoline or diesel is up or down by 20% a year in pricing, with electricity, it's all over the place. The volatility is more like 400% in a single day. If you account for time of use schedules, the different tariff structures in the U.S., there are more than 2,000 utilities across the 50 states, all with their own unique tariff structures for time of use, for demand charges, different commercial, residential rate tariffs. And it is, after a while, especially if you're a fleet operator operating multiple depots, after a while, your head just explodes because it's just too complicated for you to grasp all of the details. So what you end up with is fleets that have no certainty on their fueling cost on electricity, and therefore they cannot scale. The second challenge is that, again, across hundreds of fleets that we have touched, we have yet to encounter a single operator that standardizes on one electric OEM's products. Not a single make or model of electric vehicles. I mean, it just doesn't happen. It's always a mixed scenario. Not with buses, with trucks, or with passenger vehicles. It's always a mixed fleet, yet the common need remains the same. They need these vehicles to be charged, ready to go every operating day. And so therefore, they need to have a overarching operating system that will interface with and control the charging across the different hardware out there. And finally, this is not a 5-minute fuel up scenario anymore. It's going to be several hours of dwell time, charging time, and what that translates to for mission critical operations is that you really need to schedule the charging into the daily workflows of the vehicles. And so that oftentimes means back office ERP system integrations, scheduling integrations, telematics integrations. And so it's all 3 of these areas, whether it is the workflow integration or the interoperability with the hardware or the interoperability across the different utility tariffs. All of these, as it turns out, are software challenges and smart systems challenges. So what we have done at Amply is that we start at the core of what the solution entails, which is a enterprise-grade operating system to ensure uptime, reliability, and to fix the fueling cost on electricity. And we tie that with a uptime guarantee similar to what, as the end user, you would get from AWS, Amazon Web Services. You're buying the reliability in the uptime aspect of it. You're not having to deal with all the complexity involved in setting up a depot charging scenario with construction project or with running conduits or all the different nuances of the different vehicle manufacturers or the charger manufacturers. So Amply starts at the software level to tie all of that together, to put together a support system with uptime guarantees. And it also interfaces with the grid for things like demand response, adaptive load management. And we offer this entire package as a service to our fleet customers so that just very similar to buying, gallons of diesel or gasoline. We are charging our customers a fixed rate per kilowatt hour dispensed into the vehicle battery, but otherwise they don't have to worry about any of the complexity in designing, deploying, or operating or maintaining the charging infrastructure across all of the different hardware sets that they would otherwise have to contend with. So just to tie it all together, and I'll use the example of a project that we're in construction now that will go live in Q3 of next year. We're building a depot in the city of Anaheim in Southern California. So it's home of Disneyland. And it is and we signed a 20-year term charging management services agreement with the city of Anaheim to run the charging operations for the next 20 years. But otherwise, we take care of all of the construction activities, operating activities, as well as maintenance of the charging site. We provide the fleet operator a uptime guarantee and reliability of service so that, very similar to a data center or very similar to a solar PPA style contract, the customer gets assurance of continuity, reliability, and service level for delivery of fuel into this new class of vehicle assets. So I'll conclude at that and take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vic. We're now going to take a look at some questions from the audience. So one for you, which I'd like to ask is, what has been the most rewarding and also the most challenging element of the work you've been doing at Amply Power?
The most challenging aspect is just to get the message out. Fleet operators are entering a new world where the fuel is something they've never had to deal with before, and it is much more volatile, it's much more unknown, and a big part of the challenge is simply education and reaching out to a new level, helping our customers reach a new level of understanding of what it entails to use this new fuel reliably and economically. In the US anyway, across the country, on average, electricity is cheaper. It's about half the cost of fossil fuel. So the promise is there, and that's why, above and beyond clean air, the fleet operators are making at least some attempts at pilots, or in the transit industry, it is now at a production scale, they're making the switch. But to realize that savings on electricity, it's not an average function. I mean, there's time of use schedules, demand charges at play. So it's really helping the fleet operators come to this new understanding of how to best utilize electricity so that it's cheaper in the end.
Thank you very much. And I've also got one more here. How will Amply adapt to the ever-changing nature of the EV sector?
Boy, that's a loaded question. It is ever-changing for sure. I mean, there are new vehicles, trucks or buses or otherwise coming out seemingly every other week. And I think, as difficult of a task as it is for a specialist like Amply to keep tabs, it is mission impossible for a fleet operator who has other things to do than to keep up with, new hardware and new vehicles. But I very much view that as the core mission for Amply is to use the latest and greatest technology. But more important than that, though, is to make sure that it's reliable, that it's operationally efficient with uptimes for our end customers, and that's we view that as our core mission.
Thanks very much, Vic. So we'll now open up the discussion to our full panel for the final time. So Clive, as our panel partner, could you begin with asking a question either to one of your fellow panellists or the whole panel?
Yeah, I'd like to just ask the panel, in terms of building smart systems for EVs, how important do you feel that interoperability between both CPOs and EMSPs and other providers is in actually making the life of the driver easier and moving things forward?
Cool. I'm very happy to answer that if you're okay with that. For us, it's absolutely crucial. The process and principles behind interoperability are around collaboration. They're around ensuring that assets and infrastructure gets used widely by as many people as possible and as easily by as many people as possible. We see that as a really crucial piece of the fleet transition. So we're very keen on interoperability for obvious reasons. But further to that, the OCPP alignment between hardware and software enables people to have flexibility. They can change over time, they can adapt over time, much as the question that Vic was answering. It enables us to recognise that the future will change as we move forward. So I see it as a crucial part of the future.
David, do you want to add anything on that?
I completely agree. I think from a public charging network, it's even more important just to have the confidence that drivers can charge where they want and do that. And given there's so many CPO network operators here in the UK, it's important that they work together and really think of the greater good, because ultimately if they don't open up, it creates another barrier for fleet managers and for normal everyday users. So I think it's a key component.
And Vic, have you got any thoughts on that?
Well, I think there's violent agreement across all the panelists on this point, but I'll add one more aspect to this, which is, the fact that there are so many utilities in the US. What we find is that when we make a service upgrade request to deploy, a lot of chargers in one location. I mean, the Anaheim example that I gave is 46 fast chargers in one location. So a lot of our projects do entail a service upgrade request. And what we come across with the utilities in the US at least is that how the utilities choose to handle that request is oftentimes very different. A request may take in one location 3 months to process, whereas right across the street, different utility, it could take 3 years, and it's all over the place. So from my standpoint, interoperability, I think, should also translate to how utilities view service upgrades, similarly to how they've handled solar interconnection requests and standardizing that. So I think a similar process needs to unfold on service upgrade requests.
Thanks, Vic. And also, Vic, do you have a question that you'd like to ask the panel?
So I love to get everybody's thoughts on your view of the pace of adoption in the UK versus elsewhere, so US perhaps, and your view of the different challenges as we electrify worldwide.
Neil, would you like to?
Yeah, I'm happy to have a shot. I've often described this situation we find ourselves in as one of large oil companies realizing there's an electricity transition, large electricity companies wanting to hang on to what they do, and large automotive OEMs recognizing that electricity is the future. And you've suddenly got a race for a central ground to look at electrification. And within that central ground, there are a lot of small startups, a lot of smaller players who are trying to test and develop new innovative techniques and technologies. And I can see there's quite an interesting tension and dynamic between big established corporations playing with smaller bodies, smaller entities. How does that collaboration work between much larger mega cores and tiny little startups? And that, I think, is going to be a really dynamic and interesting space to watch, because that's where the innovation will happen, much as I'm sure you guys are up to as well.
I mean, I'd like to say, I think there's been a phase shift in Europe in the last 12 months. I think if one looks back a number of years, I think the US has been relatively flat at about 300,000 new plugins a year and hasn't really grown for obvious reasons, and we won't go into that. But Europe as a whole has in the last, has gone from 2019 to 600,000, 700,000 vehicle plugins to 1.4 million in 1 year. So I think in terms of the tide has certainly turned over here. Simple things like the UK changing and accelerating, the ban of ICEs from 2035 to 2030 kind of put the base case of plugins in the UK from 3 to 4 million up to somewhere between 10 to 12 plugins in the next 8 years. So, you know, the policy is there, drivers are there. I think the supply chains will struggle a bit, and I think they're creaking with I think the semiconductor shortages and various different things like that. But ultimately, I think the Europe is a couple of years ahead in that. But I'm sure the US will accelerate quite quickly given President Biden's new plans.
Thanks very much. And David, would you like to ask a question of the panel?
Well, I think again this comes back to, I think, bringing customers on and what people's experiences in their businesses to the changes in behaviour as we move from early adopters to, I guess the early majority in terms of that. Are they accepting the same sorts of technology problems and things before? What are your feelings on those things?
Clive, would you like to?
I sort of think that what we are having to do now is the early adopters were, and I count myself amongst those, were willing to put up with various issues that arose. You know, turning up on a charger wouldn't quite work or whatever, and you just put up with it at the time. We're now moving into the area where we're getting mass adoption, and the people that are now taking on an EV as a company car, which is the fastest uptake in the UK, are not used to having that problem, and they won't put up with that problem. So what we have to do now is to actually move the industry as a whole towards a much more customer-focused, driven service industry to provide the right sort of services that would enable the regular driver to comfortably switch into an EV and be happy doing so.
Neil, would you like to?
Everything that Clive said. I think one of the things I like to apply to this sort of ecosystem we find ourselves in now is, you know, we're on that innovators, we're getting to early adopters, we're getting to mainstream, is something a former boss used to suggest to me, which is, will our ecosystem pass the granny test? Will a granny, your granny, be able to deal with the system we're dealing with? And I don't think we're quite ready for that yet. You know, there's complexities, as we've discussed quite substantially over the last 2 days, that still need to be fixed. We're on the journey to fixing them, but we need to get to the point where we will pass the granny test. Your granny's driving her electric car. Can she do all the things that you think she should be able to do to be able to safely travel from A to B? So we've got to pass the granny test.
Great. And Vic, do you have anything more to add?
Yeah, I mean, forget about grannies. I mean, just convincing my wife sometimes on taking a road trip in an EV is sort of a task in and of itself. So I think the industry has a long way to go. This is the short answer on interoperability and making it easy for the average consumer.
Thank you. And then the final question, Neil, would you like to pose a question to the panel?
You've given me the opportunity
to sorry.
No, it's great. You've given me the opportunity to ask one of the last questions.
Oh, cool.
So
yes.
I'm going to ask a question which is more about the summit as a whole.
Great.
What I'd really like to hear views from the panelists on is, you know, if you're going to use 3 words to sum up the EV summit, what would it be? My personal perspective is it's been inspirational to hear from so many people. It's been high profile. There's lots, you know, quite qualified speakers talking today. And in many ways, it's also lovely. Lovely because it's nice to meet people in person. So thank you very much for putting it all on. But, you know, Clive, do you have 3 words that you'd sum up?
3 words is difficult. I think networking, openness, and cooperation would be my summing up of the 3 key words that I would take out of the 2 days here and the people that I've spoken to.
Vic, I know you've not been able to be here in person, but from what you've seen online, are you able to share 3 words with us?
Yeah, I don't think I have 3 words, but I guess the sentiment for me is that it's go time. It's a lot of talk over the years, and especially coming out of the pandemic. I mean, I think it's all of us collectively need to go out and deploy and execute on EVs for in my industry, it's for fleets.
Thanks. And David, what would your 3 words be?
Inspiring. I think I'm inspired by a lot of the work and the great ideas and the progress that that people have done. I would say accelerating. I can feel the acceleration. Just it's palpable. So I think that would describe it. And I think I guess I'm not sure if it's innovative or uplifting to be semi-back in a real conference while bringing people virtually. And so it's kind of, I guess it feels nice, but it's also innovative.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for an excellent panel to round off the EV Summit. I will now hand over to Aidan Mowry for some closing words of the day.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Michelle, for conducting the proceedings this afternoon and today. You've done a superb job for bringing us home in the EV Summit. Thanks very much indeed. And following on from Vic and the other smart systems panel speakers, thank you to them. Thanks, Vic, following your sentiment. It is go time. It's also go home time. But thanks to Neil at Power, thanks to David at OMI, and thanks very much indeed to Clive at Green Flux. Of course, thank you to our sponsors. I won't name them all, but thank you very much indeed to Visa, our lead sponsor. It's great to have you as a highly respected global organisation involved. Of course, thank you to our delegates, our exhibitors, and to our online audience. I feel that the EV Summit has really cemented its place as the most significant gathering of e-mobility leaders probably anywhere in the world, certainly here in the UK, and it's been an incredible 2 days of high-level speakers giving some incredibly powerful insights to the world of EVs.
Yeah, that's right. And I guess I'd just like to say a couple of words about two of our core principles for the EV Summit that we reminded everybody about yesterday when we opened. One being about that kind of underlying purpose of decarbonisation and meeting the challenge of the climate crisis. And I think it's clear from the last 2 days, this is a challenge that resonates with all of us and it motivates us as a community. We've heard that from our speakers. We know it's been a theme of the discussions that you're having in the breaks and in the meetings. And the second is that by, in the design of the summit, that by sharing insights and thought leadership, that we want to spark ideas and give you the space to network and enable real-world action. So actually some of those words about, reflecting on the conference and what it's meant just had me brimming up with pride because it's exactly what we're trying to achieve. And I really, really hope that has been the experience of everybody else who's attended these last 2 days.
I got so excited I forgot my face mask and imagined we were back in the pre-COVID world there for a second. Just a final few words from me then. So this week with the EV Summit, we've delivered a major B2B event. Next week, the EV Summit returns as part of our major B2C campaign, World EV Day, which I'm seriously proud to say that the GreenTV team created, which was the biggest consumer engagement campaign of the year last year. We'll be returning with some EV Summit online panels to discuss consumer-facing topics. Neil introduced the afternoon slot by saying that we would talk about smart systems. We were going on to talk about smart people, and with the EV Summit and World EV Day, we've got some seriously smart people delivering what I like to consider to be the ideas infrastructure around e-mobility. Both projects address decarbonisation as a key narrative. Our next big project after World EV Day will be to head to COP26 and deliver the Decarbonisation Summit, which will be a unique project delivering both worldwide engagement with a consumer audience as well as the B2B platform that the EV Summit is so well known for.
So before we close, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the GreenTV team. Everybody deserves a name drop. I unfortunately can't go through the whole list, but you've all done an amazing, amazing job behind the scenes in the prep to make this happen for the last 2 days. And we'll give some special thanks to Rashida for the whole operation and Liz for the Managed Introductions programme.
I'd just like to add in a thanks to the account managers helping with the Managed Introductions process and to Dawn and Peter who created such an incredible visual signature to this year's EV Summit.
So all that remains is for me to say thank you to everyone who's been involved and After our closing video runs, please join us for our final networking session.
And as Vic said, it's go time, and now it's go home time. Thank you very much.